Is it going to work? Is it going to work? It's working. I I'm back. I'm happy because my laptop is now working very well. I was having my laptop, which is like a new M1 or like kind of new, like 3 years old. I was having heaps of problems with it. It always like crashed when I was streaming, and that's kind of part of the reason why like I stopped streaming a little bit because it was just like too hard with technical difficulties. Gracie, what's up? Wait, why aren't the comments showing on the screen? Let's get them up. So, my laptop, I wiped it and um it's now so much faster. So, I'm gonna start streaming more. I should have my stream calendar in the description. Gracie, mate, how's life? How are we going? What have you been up to? Long time no talk. Uh, what was I doing? Getting the YouTube chats up. Here we go. Yeah. It has been a long time. Um, Lonely Wanderer. Good stuff. What's your exam on? Let's go. And yes, not fully daily, but pretty much. I'm gonna be streaming daily. So, I should have. Let me check the description to see if I have the. I put a calendar in the description, and just let me know if it like kind of works, because it should be synced to my Google Calendar where I put my streams. So at the moment I'm gonna be streaming there at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So let me know if you can see that. Um, all right. Let me just sort out. For some reason. All right, that's good. Gracie, that's no good. What's been going on? We got to fix that. I've been kind of the same. I was saying I streamed not yesterday, but the day before, and I was saying that I've been like pretty unproductive, and that's why I've decided that I need to stream. I've been like procrastinating a bunch, and it just sucks when you're not productive. Like life's just worse. So I'm like, I'm gonna start streaming. I'm gonna get more stuff done, feel better about myself, and that will make my life better. Anyway, we're gonna do 7 sessions today. I'm gonna finish at like 5:30ish. And I got a test tomorrow, so that's why I got a bunch of grinding to do. Um, should we get into it? Also, let me know how the stream's going. If there are any like, if it's glitchy, the video feed should be like a bit shaky because I'm using like the USB input instead of like a proper streaming input. Um, yes. Oh, that's no good, Gracie. But you can improve, and that's the upside. Is when you're like doing bad, life's not going well, there's room for improvement. Um, you don't have the motivation. I've been feeling a little bit like that the last 2 weeks as well, but I'll be back. So if that's helped, my exams are in a month as well. So if it helps, if you want a study buddy, I'm here. Yeah, my exams are like a month and like 40 days or something, mid-June. So I'm in the same boat. And I'll be back grinding the streams. Alright, should we get to it? 7 sessions, 50-minute sessions like usual. I'm so happy that my computer is like working much better. Hopefully I'm not gonna have any technical difficulties now because my computer's as fast as it should be. Before I'd literally like open up OneNote and my computer would crash. I'm like, this makes no sense. It's meant to be like a 2020 MacBook Air. My hand is pretty damn good. I actually might be getting my plates out soon. So yeah, I haven't really thought much about my hand. I'm like, doesn't really impact me that much these days. Thanks to all the work I did when I was streaming, like when I was doing my hand exercises on stream and stuff. Thanks to all that work I did like a year and a half ago, my hand's pretty good. All right, let's get into it. Enough chitter chat. Let's get some study done. Okay, session number 1.
We'll see, give us a much simpler way of describing chaos and some of the bifurcations that we've been interested in, simpler than the Lorentz system. So 1D maps, which you can read about in chapter 10. And these are objects of the form xn plus 1 as a function of xn. So you can think of n as being analogous to time, except now n is discrete. And so we're going to leave differential equations for a while. Not for long, but at least a little while. And we'll focus on 1D maps as a simpler model of chaos. We'll also make some connections between one-dimensional maps and scientific examples of chaos, but that will come later. So we did run into one-dimensional maps already in the course. You might remember that when we were talking about the Lorentz system, we said, I think it was just in the last lecture, that Lorentz gave an argument for why it was that at his parameter values, his differential equations did not seem to give any stable limit cycles. And he gave an argument in terms of constructing what we called the Lorentz map. It was this, the graph of which was sort of like, it had a cusp at the top. It was this shape that looked sort of like an inverted absolute value function, roughly speaking, but steeper than that. It had a slope everywhere greater than 1. Remember, and we used that argument to show that there couldn't be any stable fixed points or stable periodic orbits for that map, and from that deduce that there wouldn't be any stable limit cycles. Except that we did say that the argument wasn't completely legal because the function wasn't really a function in the case of Lorentz. But now we're going to explore, honest to God, single value functions f. So in the book, I discussed some simple cases first, but I'm going to just jump right into the most interesting case for us, which is something called the logistic map, which is itself pretty simple, but has a lot of phenomena of amazing complexity, as you'll see. Interesting to read, which meet systems and scientific the behavior is not too interesting. At x1, you get something smaller, and then at x2, it's even smaller still, and it just sort of dies out. Notice, by the way, that I'm not drawing trajectories the way I have been for the rest of the course, where I have a continuous line. Here, I can only draw dots because time is now discrete, 0, 1, 2, the iteration number. And so I just have these discrete dots. So people speak of this being a discrete dynamical system. And it appears in the computer that xn is just going to 0, and you find that that's true for essentially any x0 as n goes to infinity. So this 0 value for xn appears to be something like a stable fixed point for this dynamical system. Then, if you crank up the r value a little bit, say to something like, how about 2.8, draw the same kind of picture, then you can see, let me not number everything in as much detail as I just did, I'll just draw some dots. You would see something a little more interesting, which is that you start somewhere and then maybe you go up for a while, and then come down, and then go up, and then down. And then it appears that the numbers settle down at some point to something that is approximately constant. Now that's a little bit hard to draw. Your eye wants me to connect the dots probably, so let me just do that. Although keep in mind it's meaningless in a way to connect them because there are no points in between the dots. But just for visual aid, what I'm saying is that the analog of what we used to call the trajectory, we can now think of it as a kind of an orbit, or at least the time series of the orbit would look sort of, maybe something like this. So in this case, it appeared that xn is approaching some kind of well, it appears to be approximately constant after a long time. It's approaching a fixed point that we'll call x star. As n goes to infinity, and we would find that the x star doesn't depend on n. Sorry, it doesn't depend on x0. As long as we don't start it at 0. Notice if we start at x equals 0, then the iterated map, the next value will be 0 again. So there's always a fixed point at 0. Well, let's suppose we started away from there. Then it will asymptotically approach this number x star. Excuse me? Can't hear you. Would 1 also be a problem? The question was, if I started at x equals 1, then you see that the next x would be 0, and then we'd just be back at 0 forever. So, yeah, so we could start at 1. I see. You're saying that it's not true that we go to the same x star. Right, so in fact, you're right. There are points which, like if you started at 0 or at 1, is there any other bad point? I don't think so. Right? No. Yeah, okay, good point. So x0 better not be 1 also. Yes. Any other comment or question? Good. Okay, now let me just keep listing some possibilities here. Crank up R a little more. Then you see something that looks about like this. Incidentally, you might have noticed that here we overshot the equilibrium and kind of had this oscillation before we damped oscillation. Well, if you go to 3.3, you see something more like this, that you go up and then up, and maybe down a little, and up, and down. But then these oscillations just persist, up, down, and they don't really, they don't change their amplitude or anything. So when this kind of behavior occurs, we say that there's a period 2 cycle. It's a stable period 2 cycle with the property that if we think of this one as being xn, this value, this height, it's the same as xn plus 2. So we have some new kind of attractor. We haven't seen this before. We haven't really talked about discrete time maps, but this is the analog of a limit cycle for a continuous time dynamical system. There's a periodic behavior that we're approaching. And if we go still higher to 3.5, actually you could think of this as being period 1. That is, this case approach a fixed point, which is period 1, meaning it repeats every step. Bang, 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 it's the same value. That was period 1, here's period 2, and then at r equals 3.5, this is a little bit more challenging to draw. You see something roughly like this. There's some transient. And then, once you settle into a cycle that goes very high up, very low down, then a little bit up, a little bit down, and then repeat. High, low, medium high, medium low, and repeat. Look, I'll do one more. So this thing is period 4. can count. That is, if I start here, how many till I get to the same point? I had to go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a period 4 cycle. And, well, notice what's happening. We went from period 1 to 2 to 4. It appears that the period is doubling. And that's the phrase or the term that people use to describe this sequence that we're seeing here. As R increases, the period doubling. At certain discrete values of R, that is, there are special values of R where we first have a stable period 2 or a stable period 4. And so these occur, so we have these periods. In fact, they just keep going. 2, 4, 8, 16. And you can find any power of 2 that you want. 2 to the, 2 to the 1 millionth power will eventually occur as a periodic orbit. So we could ask, where do the bifurcations from period 2 to the n to 2 to the n plus 1 occur? This is something that Bob May looked at in some detail in his Nature paper. Yes? The question was, are we getting period doubling because of the quadratic term? That is, you're thinking somehow that because quadratic means the second power, that's related to the doubling. Is that the connection? Or am I being more specific than you meant? Ultimately, yes, the quadratic term is responsible for the period doubling, but it's not the power of 2 that's important. It's the shape of the map, as we'll see. That is, we're going to, as we go through this, we'll see that other maps whose graph have this roughly hump shape will also produce period doubling, even if they're not exactly quadratic functions. But you don't strictly speaking need the quadratic nonlinear term to see period doubling. That's going to be a big part of the discussion. So I want to hold off on saying more about that. For now, let's just study this one. But yeah, nothing I'm saying here is too specific to the quadratic. Qualitatively, if I have this shape, I'll get period doubling. Is there another question? Oh, okay. Okay, so we could ask, suppose we pose it this way. I was asking where do the bifurcations occur. So let me define Rn, R sub n, to be the value of R where a stable 2 to the n cycle first occurs. Then what you would find in the computer is that R1 is 3. This is where period 2 is born. That is, stable period 2 is first seen at R1 equals 3. That's consistent with my picture up here at 2.8. We still don't have period 2. We're just going to a fixed point. When we go between 2.8 up to 3.3, now suddenly we have period 2, and that occurred actually at an R of 3. And then continuing, R2 comes out to be 3.449. And this is where period 4 is born. R3, let me list a few of these because there's a pattern in them that I want you to see. R3 is 3.54409. R4 is 3.5644. R5 is 3.568759. And you're probably noticing something, which is that those R values appear to be converging to something. They're piling up somewhere around 3.57. Actually, that's true. They do converge to something. If we go just a bit, well, if we look at the limit of this sequence, and so define something that we'll call R infinity, the limit, it's about 3.569946 ... So we've seen all periods, all powers of 2 periods at that point. 16, 32, ... dot, this is, well, I don't know what you want to call this. I mean, it's 2 to the infinity period. Yes? How do we go about finding these numbers? You use a computer. You just look by checking what happens a little bit above or below these numbers, and you'll see. Now, some of them can be explained analytically. That may be what you're thinking. And that turns out to be a pretty tough proposition. We'll be able to, in the next few minutes, we'll do this. We'll explain this one analytically, and this one, R2. R3 is just about at the level of what's possible. I'm not even sure we can do R3, but after that, it's hopeless. Because it has to do with inability to solve polynomial, for roots of polynomials higher than degree 5. Can't even do degree 5 in terms of a formula. So these first two we can certainly do, but after that, it's not going to be possible. Is it, yes? Go ahead. Yeah, so then when there's a stable period 2, let's say, that is the only attractor. And then after we go to this value, this state becomes unstable, and period 4 becomes stable, and it is the global attractor. So for this system, there's a unique attractor that attracts everything. Yes. And we'll see that. We'll be able to see that in our analysis. Yes. Yes, good question. Why isn't there another period, like period 3, period 5? Well, there will be, but we haven't seen them yet. What we're doing, think of the knob being turned, that we're turning from r equals 0 up to here. And, you may wonder, why are we only getting these periods that are powers of 2? Fair question. Well, we're not done yet, right? Because we still have a little bit of room between 3.56 and 4. And a lot of other stuff happens out there. In fact, an amazing amount of interesting stuff. Also, if your intuition comes from science and you're thinking of something like turbulence in fluid dynamics, which is what a lot of people were interested in at the time that this was being studied in the mid and early 1970s, people were looking for a simpler model of turbulence in fluids where there's this observation that as you increase the speed of water flowing through a pipe or between two plates or something like that, at first the water is behaving kind of, so to speak, laminar, that is, it's flowing smoothly in sheets, as the name means. And that'd be analogous like to a fixed point. And then as you increase the flow rate, you start to see wavy structures. That's kind of like period 2, and then they get increasingly complicated. So people were thinking that these transitions might be some kind of rough analogy to the transitions you see as a fluid's motion becomes more and more complicated. And maybe, past here, when it starts getting very complicated, maybe that's kind of like a simpler version of turbulence. So the thought was, well, okay, we're still having trouble understanding turbulence. Maybe we should try to understand this simpler thing instead. And if we can do that, maybe that'll give us clues. And it turned out it did give some clues. People were very optimistic about this being able to solve turbulence. That didn't turn out to be true, but it did give some insights, as we'll discuss in later lectures. All right, but for now, this is what we've got. Now, you could, of course, ask a few questions about what I've said so far. Like, what is this pattern here of these R's? Like, specifically, how are they converging? What is the rate of convergence? Does that even make sense to ask? That is this some kind of geometric sequence, or what is this? So you can empirically observe, and this had been known since the early 60s, actually, the next thing I'm going to say, that the RNs converge essentially geometrically. I say essentially because it's not strictly a geometric sequence, but it's asymptotically a geometric sequence near R infinity. So geometrically to R infinity in this sense, if you look at, well, like visually, here might be R n minus 1, and then there's a relatively big gap to R sub n, and then it's a much shorter gap to R n plus 1, and then much shorter still for the next one, and these are really starting to pile up, and then R infinity is around here. So the natural thing to look at is the spacing between the consecutive, gaps here. What is this compared to the one before it? And so if you look at Rn minus 1 divided by Rn plus 1 minus Rn, that's the ratio of these consecutive gaps, you find that that approaches a number. As n goes to infinity, the number is about 4.6692 as n goes to infinity. So loosely speaking, each gap is about 4 or 5 times narrower than the one before it. And this became a famous number in this subject, so I might just, for later discussion, notice that, or mention that this is called delta, this number. But at the moment, it's just a number, and, doesn't seem to mean anything. It's just a number. And so this number had been measured in the early 60s, but nobody thought much of it. It just seemed like some, whatever, it's a number. But it didn't have any particular significance. Now later, it's going to become a big star, like a sensational number, sort of equivalent to pi for geometry. This will be a banner, poster boy or girl for chaos. But for now, it's just a number. Was there a question in the back? I thought I saw a hand go up. No, okay. So I don't want to say too much about it yet, because there it is. At this point, it's mysterious. Now, like in Bob May's article, I don't even know if he mentions this number. It wouldn't have meant anything, so he didn't think about it so much. But you could, of course, you're probably wondering here, I'm saying you go to period 2, 4, 8, what happens after R infinity? Well, let's look at that. Actually, if I could say, I don't want to offend anybody, but I'm just going to quote from Bob May. So Bob May is a character. I actually know Bob May a little bit. he is still alive. He's comes from the world of population biology. He was a theoretical physicist. He's from Australia, and he was a professor at Princeton when I was an undergraduate there. I never actually had the pleasure of taking a course from him. I wish I had, but then I did get to know him at theoretical biology conferences. I used to go to those conferences, and he would frequently be there. And he's pretty competitive. He likes to play any game with anybody, and he's a good tennis player. He's a good soccer player, especially good at ping pong. And he likes to win. And so I played some tennis with him. Actually, I was a better tennis player than he was. I'm also sort of competitive myself. And but he became the advisor to the Queen of England. He was the science advisor for the British government. And so he's sort of teaches at Oxford now. And he's one of the great theoretical ecologists of really of the 20th century. So anyway, but he also, like maybe some people from Australia, they often have a pretty good sense of humor, and they're sort of wild in a way that the British are not. They're rogues, they're former criminals. At least that's how the country got started. Not to say that Bob May is a criminal. But anyway, so when he was interested in this question of what happens after our infinity, so you can read about this in James Glick's book Chaos, which I think I'll put a chapter about Bob May on the web, so you can look at it on our Piazza page. He says that May was referring to this point as the accumulation point, and he wrote a note on a blackboard in the hall for his grad students to look at, to sort of focus their mind. And I don't know, I just think it's interesting the way he said this, because it's not an expression I've ever heard before. He says, "What the Christ happens," and then after the accumulation point, but we could just say after our infinity. Sort of want to be, I mean, we would say it differently here, right? Use a different. You might say, "What the heck," or worse. Anyway, I just like that. What the Christ happens. Okay, sorry if that offends anybody. But then I'm just quoting Bob May. All right, so that was a big question. Now he tried to look at it, but he couldn't really find a very good way to visualize it. But then someone else did come up with it. Frank Hoppenstedt, another mathematical biologist, drew a graph on a computer that has become an iconic graph. And I think that maybe I should pass it out to you right now. So I'll describe what it is after I pass these out. Why don't you just send them? I think he drew a picture something like this, where if you just draw what the attractor is as a function of r, we said that up to about 3, is that right? Period 2 born at, the first thing that happens actually is that you're down at 0. I mentioned when we were at 0.5, the fixed point was at x equals 0. And so we would just be sort of sitting down here. Then another fixed point comes out in a bifurcation at 1. We didn't comment on that, but it turns out at r equals 1, you give rise to this non-trivial fixed point. And it's the only attractor in town until you get to r equals 3. And then at that point, the period doubles. So you would see something that looks like this. Now, make sure you understand what I'm drawing here. That is, at a given value of r, like say, we talked about 3.5, suppose that was here. This is not drawn to scale, of course. We'd be hopping between these 2 points. So what I'm showing here is only, I shouldn't really say it's sort of xn on the attractor. That is, after the transients have decayed, this is what the system does in the long run. So at this value of r, it would hop between these 2 points. Right, we saw that picture zigzagging up and down. And then at some point, oh, wait, have I done that right? No, I meant 3.3, don't I? What did I say earlier? What was, yeah, I think I meant 3.3, sorry. Because up here, according to this, at 3.5, I've already got period 4. So what would happen then is that each of these would bifurcate. And you have, sorry, it wouldn't bifurcate right there. Go a little bit farther. And then they bifurcate to produce these 2 guys like that. All right, so notice that there are now 4 points. And we said that we went from very high to very low to medium high to medium low, and then back to high. So that would be the way that they'd be visited. And so I think May has a picture like this with these spindly wishbone structures going like this. I'm just very roughly drawing it. It's accurately drawn in his picture. But anyway, these guys keep bifurcating. These are the period doublings. And then they approach a limit here at r infinity. At which point the structure becomes quite monstrous, with bifurcations on top of bifurcations. You can sort of feel the fractals happening in this problem, just from that kind of picture. And so there we are. There's this question, what happens after r infinity? And you might think it'll just be a big mess of garbage. But it's not. It's much more complicated and subtly structured. And so what I've handed out to you is what people refer to now as the orbit diagram. And in the orbit diagram, what we do is choose a value of r. Like imagine writing a computer program for this. You choose a value of r. You have a loop that is the r loop. So choose an r, and then run the program for, whatever, 10,000 iterations, 1,000,000 iterations, whatever. Ignore the ones at the beginning, because that's a transient. So like maybe if you're running it for 1,000,000 iterations, Ignore the first, I don't know, few thousand, and then just graph everything after that. And after that, you would get a series of dots, and you just graph them all, whatever. And then you go to the next R and do the same thing again. And you just do that, and when you finish doing it, you will have swept out this picture that I handed out to you, the orbit diagram, which unfortunately I can't really draw by hand. It's way too complicated. But the kind of thing that you see is this mixture of, well, there are sort of what look to be white bands. They're sort of empty looking. And then there's a lot of complicated stuff where, you know, it's kind of chaos. And then these whitish bands are periodic windows. And if you look at them closely, you'll see that they're not empty. There's something happening inside them. There's one that's pretty wide. Okay, so let me just, it's around near 3.8 something in R. Yeah, so you can see there's a big white space, but it's not totally empty. It's the widest band is period 3 window. So earlier somebody asked about period 3. There is period 3, but it occurs out here at around 3.8. Actually, turns out that we can calculate where the period 3 window is born. It's amazing. You can calculate that it's born at 1 plus 2 square roots of 2. So this is where period 3 is born, and it's this number comes out to be 3.82 something. And if you look inside that period 3 window, gee, I really meant to bring a much better orbit diagram. I have one that's got many millions of points on it, and it's like a big scroll that we can unroll and look at. Maybe I'll bring it in the next time. But if you look either in the book or at the sheet I've given you, can you see that in the period 3 window, there is, no, you really can't see it. Look at the right end of it. You can start to see that there's a little structure in there. What I'm claiming is if you can zoom in on the period 3 window, you would see inside of it a little copy of the bifurcation diagram, of the orbit diagram, with its own period 3 window, and so on. And then inside that period 3 window, it has another copy of that thing. Okay, so it has structure inside of structure, and it's not only true of the period 3 window, it's most visible there. It's true of every window. Every window has is own copy of the whole diagram inside of it. And within period 3, by the way, in addition to this piece, there's also one up here and one down here, and they have their own. This is what makes a period 3, that there are these 3 points, which then themselves undergo period doubling bifurcation, so that what used to be period 3 then becomes period 6, and so on. So this would be much better if I had remembered to bring in that scroll. But you can look at it in better detail in figure 10.2.7 in the book. And actually, the earlier question was, are there other periods? In fact, every integer has a window. So you name your favorite integer, period 17. You can find a period 17 window where it begins, or it'll have period 17 and then followed by period doublings to 34 and 68 and so on. They're all there. That's a theorem. I'm not going to prove it, but every period is there. But they occur in a certain strange order, which we'll also later discuss. Yes? So I sort of drew that correct. The statement was, one of these looks like it curves up, the other looks like it curves up, this one sort of looks like it curves down, and you're wondering, well, the question is what determines the way the one in the middle would curve, right? This one curved up, this one curved down, that one's flipping a coin. No, of course, right? So let's try to discuss, I mean, there's a lot to ask about here. I'll try to get to your question. I want to talk about the period 3 window, and also what determines these various values of R. So there's a million things to ask. Yes? Window, and also what determines these various values of R. That you're down at 0. You know, we'd be hopping between these 2 points. So what I'm showing here is it would hop between these 2 points. Right? We saw that picture zigzagging up and down. And then at some point, in the spirit of what Lorenz did. Remember where he had his complicated system and then he analyzed it with the tools he had. So he could only explain some of the simplest things, but then he had to invent new techniques. And some of the things are still not known how to analyze. That's true for this too. Let's just get rid of some of the easiest possibilities. So try to derive if you have an hour this week, you could learn how to find property X. Because linear systems can't do very math. So here it is, xn plus 1 is r, but period 6 has more than 1. Keep your questions in mind, and we'll maybe we can answer them as we go, or maybe they will be answered as we go. So I'd like to try to derive some of what we've been saying here. So this is in the spirit of what Lorenz did. Remember where he had his complicated system and then he analyzed it with the tools he had. So he could only explain some of the simplest things, but then he had to invent new techniques, and some of the things are still not known how to analyze. That's true for this too. Let's just get rid of some of the easiest possibilities. So try to derive the first few of these are n's. Okay, well, let's go back to the math. So here it is, xn plus 1 is r xn 1 minus xn. And we notice right away that x star equals 0 is always a fixed point. When I say always, I mean for any r. And we could ask, is it stable? Well, so near x star equals 0, the map, if we just neglect the quadratic term, the x squared term, the map behaves like xn plus 1. It's approximately just a linear term, rxn. And so from that, you can see that that's going to lead to exponential growth because, at least away from x equals 0, because what would happen? I mean, if we just iterate, x1 would be r x0, x2 would be r x1, which is then r squared x0. And in general, you would get, while you're in this regime where it's approximately linear, xn will be r to the n power x0. And so if r is greater than 1, this is growing in magnitude as n increases, and so this will run away from 0. Whereas if r is less than 1, r to the n is decreasing and will actually approach 0. So this shows that x star equals 0 is linearly stable if r is less than 1. And we can also arrive at that by using this idea that we mentioned last time when we were discussing stability of fixed points for the Lorenz map. We said by doing linearization, stability of a fixed point x star depends on looking at f prime at x star. And if that f prime is less than 1 in absolute value, I guess I want to say stability of x star depends on f prime of x star in absolute value. It's stable. Less than 1, r to the n is decreasing and will actually approach 0. So this shows that x star equals 0 is linearly stable if r is less than 1. And we can also arrive at that this shows that from 0. increases, and so this will run away from 0. Whereas if r is less than 1, r to the n is decreasing and will actually approach 0. So this shows that x star equals 0 is linearly stable if r is less than 1. And we could and so if r is greater than 1, this is growing in magnitude as n increases, and so this will run away from 0. Whereas if r is less than 1, r to the n is decreasing and will actually approach 0. So this shows that x star equals 0 is linearly stable if r is less than 1. And we could also arrive at that by using this idea that we mentioned last time when we were discussing stability of fixed points for the Lorentz map. We said by doing linearization, stability of a fixed point x star depends on looking at f prime at x star. And if that f prime is less than 1 in absolute value, I guess I want to say stability of x star depends on f prime of x star in absolute value. It's linearly stable means that we have f prime, geez, I wrote out a room here, f prime in absolute value is less than 1. Okay, well, sorry for the bad board work there. You remember that when we talked about the Lorentz map? That was the key criterion. In fact, that's why in the Lorentz map we never had stability, because f prime was everywhere greater than 1 in magnitude. But here, if we our f, so doing this a little more properly, rx1 minus x, or if we expand it out, rx minus rx squared. If we take f prime of x, that would be r minus 2rx. And so f prime at the origin is just r. And so for stability, it's linearly stable. If and only if r goes to f prime means that, well, I guess that f pen of a fixed point x star depends on looking at f prime at x star. And if that f prime is less than 1 in absolute value, I guess I want to say stability of x star depends on f prime of x star in absolute value. It's linearly stable means that we have f prime, geez, I wrote out a room here, f prime in absolute value is less than 1. Okay, well, sorry for the bad board work there. You remember that when we talked about the Lorentz map? That was the key criterion. In fact, that's why in the Lorentz map we never had stability, because f prime was everywhere greater than 1 in magnitude. But here, if we our f, to bring this a little more properly, rx1 minus x, or if we expand it out, rx minus rx squared. If we take f prime of x, that would be r minus 2rx. And so f prime at the origin is just r. And so for stability, it's linearly stable if and only if r is less than 1. In absolute value. Now we're only talking about positive r, so that means r less than 1. Okay, so that's fine. And that accounts for what I said up here, that 0 will be stable until we get to 1. Any question about that? All right, so let's look now at this bifurcating fixed point that comes off of here and goes up. That's the other fixed point. That's easy to calculate, too, because the non-trivial fixed point would be when the 0 will be stable until we get to 1. Any question about that? All right, so let's look now at this bifurcating fixed point that comes off of here and goes on. That's the other fixed point. That's easy to calculate, too, because
Yo, my alarm. So I wiped my computer, my alarm sound hasn't synced. So we have no alarm. I'll have to fix that. I'll fix it right now. What's up? Good session. I'm due for a break though. My brain was dying at the end of that session. Alright, let's find this alarm sound. Yo, Jim, what's up? Bro, why is my phone's lagging? Maybe my phone's getting hot. Haha. Okay, let's just get this camera. It's better. The break from studying and cutting my hair. So the break from streaming was because kind of like technical difficulties made it super hard. My computer was like every time I'd stream, my computer would just overload and die, and so it was just like problems because I'd get halfway through a stream and then it would just finish because it would die. So that was super annoying. The haircut is because I wanted to change. I was thinking about shaving it, then I ended up getting like a short kind of mullet. And now it's at like an in between stage. Probably need another haircut, but you can see it's kind of a mullet. But yeah, I needed to change, so I like it. I like having short hair. I need to turn the mic down a little bit. That should be better. Yes, that's better. Sorry if I hurt your ears. I don't know how to fix that alarm sound. I'll have to maybe go on to. Wait. I know what to do. Okay, we're going to. Man, I don't know why this alarm isn't working. Might delete it and make a new one. Oh, this is annoying. I don't know why this alarm isn't working. Can we have rain music? Alright, I'll see what I can do. I have one rain music soundtrack, and I'll see if I can get it, and I'll see if you like it. Um, Man, I need someone to manage my stream for me. It's too hard to stream and do this technical stuff at the same time. Like trying to work out all the technicalities of like streaming. Shreks. See, yeah. Look, I don't know why this isn't working. Maybe. Ah. Oh, I could know why, maybe. I think I know why. It's because I've restarted my computer, so all my I completely cleaned my computer, and so I used to have this audio thing so that like the audio would go into the streaming software, and that now has all gone. So I need to remake that, which might be kind of hard. Okay, next session I'll do a bit of study and I'll remake it. So then we should have some rain sounds, and we should have the alarm. Hopefully that's good. I'm going to get out of this chair for a little bit. I'll be back at the end of the break. Alright, yo. Yo, I didn't realize the rain sounds were wrong. I will turn them down. Let me know if that's good volume. Wait, I'll go a bit lower. Let me know if that's good volume. Sick, it's working. Alright. Beep, 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 beep. Alright. Session over. I don't know why the rain sounds are working, but the beeper sound is not working. So I might have another shot at trying to fix that next break. Guess it doesn't matter that much. Let me know if the rain sounds are. Oh wait, I just realized I'm playing my stream on this. Okay. Let me know if the rain sounds are like a good sound or not a good sound, like a good volume, that is. I feel like maybe I should turn them down a little bit. Anyway, I can do that later. Alright, I'm gonna have some lunch. Apparently there's one person here. I don't know if you're listening to me, but I'm gonna go get some lunch. I'll be back for the end of the break. Oi, Jim, what's up? Better than no sound. Jim, let me know how's the sound for this mic? How's the sound for the rain? And how's the comparison like? Does one need to be turned up or one need to be turned down? I gotta redo all these settings because I restarted my laptop. So I had to redo the way the stream is set up. I feel like maybe I'll turn the mic up to here. I think that might be better. Let me know. How's your session as well? Mine was alright. My brain's a bit. Mic, okay. Rain, turn down. Okay, sick. I'll turn the rain down now. Where is it? Alright, I'll go into a session real quick. Alright, let me know if that rain better. Hopefully. Alright, let's restart the break. If you want it further down from that, just let me know. Always trying to make the stream better. Always open to feedback. Alright, I'll be back. Enjoy your break. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. Had to make some food. Uh, this is the first time. Normally I have like, because I haven't been streaming, I have a break for eating, and it turns into like an hour break and kind of like a YouTube procrastination session. So I'm gonna get back to eating and working at the same time, which might add an extra hour of work a day. Damn, it's a bit cold. Alright, let's get it. Session number 3. Gee, we back. I really need this alarm sound because I don't know how long that session was over for. See, it annoys me when I stream and like it's not perfect because then I'm like, I want the stream to be good for other people, and when there's like mess ups like this, like people aren't gonna watch it because it's not like YouTube ready. It's not like professional. I don't know. Just annoys me. I don't know why the sound wouldn't be working, considering that the rain sound is working. I'm gonna try it again. Boom. It works. Heck yeah. Let's go. Jennifer, what's up? How are we? Welcome, welcome. How's the study going? What are you studying? That makes me happy. Also, I really like when people comment because, especially if there's like one or two people on the stream, I don't know if people are actually watching or not. And so if people are actually watching it and they comment, it's like, okay, damn, someone's actually watching me and like have someone to talk to type thing. US history. Damn. Interesting. I've never been that interested in history, like modern history. I guess I think I only get interested in the history of like topics that I'm interested in. So I'm interested in why people study history and why people are interested in history. That was too many interestings. My fitness social media hustle. So, all I'm doing for it at the moment, I kind of stopped doing any YouTube stuff because like making videos is a trek and I didn't really have time. So I just have like it's kind of like a private Instagram account, but it's not private. It's just where I like spam post whatever I'm interested in at the moment, or like whatever I'm working on. So it's Lane Mulvey 2.0, and actually, I should be able to. I'm just thinking if the other camera might be better now. No. Yeah, so I just post like when I go to the gym, or at the moment I'm doing this thing where like I'm trying to put myself outside of my social comfort zone every day. And so like giving random people, random strangers compliments, or like asking them to take a video of me, or I don't know. I've done 3 days of that. So it's good. I think it's important to like share your work even if you think no one cares. It keeps you accountable to like keep doing good things, and it might, I don't know, inspire other people to do good things. I appreciate when when people share their work because it's inspiring. Do I still do gymnastics? Not really. I've been doing lots of like handstands and flexibility work. So I'm doing like gymnastics related, more like calisthenic stuff when I go work out. But I'm not doing any actual gymnastics training, partly because of my hand. I can't like do certain things. I can't do everything. And partly because um that chapter of my life is over and it's on to different things. Like I did gymnastics my whole life and I still really enjoy it, but I don't want to be doing it full time anymore. Yeah, calisthenics is sick. I like it. It's fun having like something new to work towards, like a new goals. Like I've got lots of I want to be able to do a one-handed handstand and like a one-handed chin up and do a really sick planche. Should I do some calisthenics now? All right. I'm gonna do some handstands. This is the good thing about this like new space, is that I have space, so I can do some handstands in here. I feel like a little kid in the sense that like I just do handstands all around the house now, like a little gymnastics kid. It's kind of I don't know. It's fun. Like it makes you feel like less of an adult when you're just walking around doing handstands. All right, let's do some handstands. See, I've gotten so much better in the last like 3 months. I've probably been doing this. Upper body, lower body training specific vids. Depends what you want to work on. Like there's so many different stuff you can do. Um, and like your level of expertise. But follow my second Instagram. I'll type it. It's this. That's where wait, is that gonna work? Yeah. That's where I'm posting like all my like any content stuff I want to post. I'm posting on there instead of like YouTube or anything. Alright, I'm gonna walk outside for a little bit. I'll be back before the end of the break. I also need to do my dishes. I'll be back. Yo. I'm having a good stretch. Alright, I'm gonna try upping the bit rate. I don't know. I don't really understand what bit rate is, but I'm hoping it might make the stream better. Alright. Wow, the spinning wheel of death for a minute there. That was scary. At the end of quickly, Jim, at the end of my studying, wait, I'll turn this audio off. I want to do something. I'm gonna create a life where I can like travel when I want. Basically, like go into business and have my own some sort of business where I'm not like confined to working a set number of hours or a set location. And lots of people, for some reason, I was speaking to someone yesterday about it, and they're like lots of people dream for that, and like that might be hard to get to, but I have like so much faith that I'll be able to do that. Like, start a business. It's all I want in my life. It's like be able to sustain what I want to do, which is like travel, experience different places, like push myself in business and surf around the world. So yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm gonna do Master of Data Science. I'm interested in AI and that space. So yeah. All right, let's get into it. What are we up to? Session number 4? 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, session number 4. All right, let's get it. 3, 2, 1.
Meaning for alpha being negative and equal to 0, I have a single fixed point that is at r equal to 0, and as soon as positive range, I get a point, and since this is not only a fixed point, but a fixed point that is rotating, because I have my second coordinate, I'm in a two-dimensional system, this fixed point that rotates gives me an orbit. Yeah? It's just a fixed point in r, meaning I have a constant amplitude of my oscillation. Yeah? Good. Stability. Now, what can we do? We can just do, well, the f of r thing. That is alpha times r minus r cubed. So my f dash of r would be just alpha minus 3r squared. I can evaluate then at the different fixed points that I have. So my f dash at 0 is just going to be alpha. Stable for alpha being negative. Unstable for alpha being positive. And, well, non-hyperbolic for alpha being 0. Meaning, okay, I have my location point at alpha equals 0 as we discussed before. My stability at square root of alpha is going to be alpha take 3 times alpha, using minus 2 alpha. Stable for alpha being positive. Non-hyperbolic 0, and does not exist for alpha being negative, because, well, the default doesn't exist. Yeah? Something that doesn't exist cannot have a stability. And since this is not hyperbolic, yeah, alpha equal to 0, I can see it's here, and so alpha c is equal to 0, the bifurcation point. Yeah? Good. So, this is one thing. We can easily also understand how the behavior is in phase space. I have my fixed point at 0, I have alpha that's less than 0, and I'm going to rotate. And that looks like this. No, doesn't work. Alpha, omega is positive, let's say omega is positive as well. Then my rotation has to be this direction, counterclockwise. And I have a nice kind of, what's the error now? Unstable, exactly, I want something that is stable. So, third time is the chart, let's see. I want to go in. So, now, this is my behavior for alpha being negative. If I would have done that correct, I could have used the same page for alpha being positive, but... Okay, so the first thing is that we know we have an unstable object at our origin. Those things flow away from here. Yeah. And then we have at the square root of alpha radius, another object which is a periodic orbit. So that one goes around here. And then things start to flow in from all directions onto that orbit. And again, I am personally amazed that I didn't study art. That's a perfect circle. Try to draw that by hand again. So I have a real talent when it comes to drawing it. I wasted as a mathematician, I know, but can someone tell me why the heck the rotation of this orbit has to be in this direction and couldn't rotate in the other direction? Not you. Yeah, almost. Omega is a cheap answer, but what would happen to create an orbit that rotates the other way around? What kind of a vector field am I working with? Continuous, differentiable, everything that's nice and light. Yeah? If you now have a flow of the orbit that goes up while the flow from the spiral goes down, at some point you have to have a jump in the vector field that is non-continuous. And everything starts to break down, and I don't know which units that would be, but it's certainly not going to be dynamic systems indeed. Just because of the vector field basically dictates that if the inside has a component in this direction, also the orbit has to rotate in the same direction. And even if this wouldn't be a hot vibration, if we had some other system where there is an orbit around some kind of spiral, it has to rotate in the same direction as the spiral. Yep. Good. That gives us this. Now, stability. How do we know it's a real spiral? Because we actually only looked at the fixed point in the polar coordinates, where we say, okay, we have something that has amplitude and is still rotating somehow. How do we know that this could be a proper kind of spiral or sink or whatever you want to call it? And for that one, we can just have some fun.
missing an r, cos omega, and my y is r sine theta. And now I differentiate with respect to to t my equations. And then I see, okay, my x dot is going to be chain rule because theta also depends on time, r dot cos theta, and then I have a minus r sine theta dot, theta dot. There's only one dot here, yeah? So chain rule applies there too. Now I could do something like, say, this is r times r on r. That's my cos of theta minus, I keep that one as it is, sine of theta, theta dot. So basically I multiply with 1 of the typical tricks. And now I, of course, I also want to bring that somehow into my form. R is equal alpha r minus r cubed. That's r and not a gamma. And I can see, okay, if this is my starting equation, and my second starting equation is that theta dot is equal to omega, I have in this term, the term r dot. And I know that this one is going to be exactly this. Yeah? Nice. Now I can also see why I multiplied with minus 1, with a 1, because now this is r times, and I can put an r down there, and I still have the cos of theta here, so here I still have a term that is equal to x. Yeah? That was the reason that I wanted to have this. So I'm ending up with alpha minus r squared, and I have a theta. Now alpha x multiplied to the form, expand a little bit, and I have y minus a mixture term x and y squared. Did I get all the terms? I think I did. Huh? Oh, sorry. In a similar way, I can do the same thing to my y coordinates. Yeah? Again, I start off with saying, okay, if I want to get my y dot, I start to differentiate this one. I use the same trick that I do whatever it takes to get the x and y substituted into the right-hand side. I might use that x squared plus y squared is equal to 1 to get rid of the sines and cosines which are in there. And by the same logic, and on the slides that I'm going to upload, you can find the full calculation. I get alpha y plus omega x minus x squared y minus y cubed. Now let's just check that my x dot is correct. Yes, I have this term, that term, that term, and that term. Yes. So I now transformed my nice equations, r dot is equal alpha r minus r cubed, and theta dot is equal into something that is a little bit less hand, put it this way, yeah? But it's still the same point, the same equations. Now in this way, I can start to think about, okay, what happens if I to build my derivatives and build a Jacobian matrix of this. So I take the partial derivatives of my system, and my df is then going to look like, okay, what do I have? Alpha minus, so just the standard Jacobian, minus omega. So, because most of the stuff in the polar form, where everything looks nice and simple, you could obviously also do it in the Cartesian form. And if hit you with anything that you expect could be Hopf bifurcation, I would most likely do it in the Cartesian form, just because finding the right kind of transformation that gets you anywhere close to the normal form might, of course, fall right only into polar. Thing that you have to do. You should, hopefully since high school, since this is partial derivatives, hopefully since first year. Okay. Good. Okay. Something that looked horrible. Well, that one was not really a horrible case. Yeah? This was one of the more well-behaved cases. But you get stuck with something in Cartesian coordinates that looks horrible. You cannot find a proper transformation into the normal. Can you still say, okay, this one has a hop, yes or no? Yeah? And for that one, creation to the control parameter cannot be equal to 0, but I don't see any kind of benefit from you learning 1/16 f third derivative with respect to f, mixture 1, mixture 2, forward, backward. There is no use in you learning this formula. Yeah? So if I ask a question where you have to apply the theorem, I will do formula, for sure, because I can't remember it. Okay, but what we can do is to say, okay, this is my f, and this is my g, and so my f of x is going to be minus 2 plus 3x plus 2y. My f of x is going to be minus no, plus 2. And my f of x is going to be 0. Okay. Now I need the same thing with respect to y. So here's my first one, 2 minus 2x minus 2y. My g of y is going to be just minus 2y. And again, my third derivative is equal to 0. Now mixture terms. G of x is going to be just my 2y. Minus, plus, minus. then my gxx is going to be 0. And we just say, okay, we accept that certain things are just tests, and we do it that way. Yeah? Cool. We're not the majority, but you have to say here because you are in the class. If someone online thinks they really want to do that in an exam, they should have come to the lecture. With this classification theory, now, to example number 2, the too many twos example. And look, okay, this is annoying that any kind of Volterra model. Can we figure out what is actually happening here? Is it a Hopf classification, this one fixed point that it's just eigenvalues net alpha, beta, and gamma that I'm working at that bifurcation point? Can I somehow get the proper kind of bifurcation out of the system? And the answer is not very satisfying, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. If I would rewrite this lecture notes somewhere in the future, there's too many two examples. Okay. My system. X dot is equal to x plus minus 2 plus x plus 2y. And y dot is equal to y2 take 2x take y. Okay. My df is just going to be 2 plus 2x plus 2y and 2x. Yeah. And here I have a 2y. And here I'm going to have 2 take 2x take 2y. Okay. Are you one? It at the fixed points that are 2/3 and 2/3, and I get this annoying 2/3 minus 4 and 3, 4 and 3 minus 2 and 3 bit, and that's my matrix A. And if I look at the real part of this matrix, I can see, okay, I have a real part of the eigenvalues. That is going to be 0. Nice. and my eigenvalue. Display just this. Yep, over creating 3 I plus minus 2. Okay. We've seen this before, but now we can start to use our Hopf bifurcation theorem. So that one is the Hopf bifurcation theorem. Where are you? Okay, put it over here. I did. By the way, just while we are at it, obviously, I'm going to expect you to remember it needs to be 3 times differentiable in the coordinates. It needs to be 1 time differentiable in the control parameter. At the bifurcation points, the real part must be 0. Derivative with respect to the control parameter cannot be equal to 0, but I don't see any kind of benefit from you learning 1/16 f certain derivative with respect to f, mixture 1, mixture 2, forward, backward. There is no use in you learning this formula. Yeah? So if I ask a question where you have to apply the theory, I will do formula, for sure, because I can't remember it either. Okay, that's what we can do. Is to say, okay, this is my f, and this is my g, and so my f of x is going to be minus 2 plus 2x plus 2y. My f of x is going to be minus plus 2, and my f of x is going to be 0. Okay, now I need the same thing with respect to y. So here's my first one, 2 minus 2x minus 2y. My g of y is going to be just minus 2y, and again twice this. Just going but I would need is also equal to 0. Yeah? The same 2x. This. I showed you this term is 0. This is 0. This is also 0. Wow. Good. Means we cannot apply the Hopf bifurcation theorem because it clearly says if there exists a mu such that, and this one is not equal to 0, then the Hopf bifurcation theorem applies. This one does not apply to this flow, and so what is my conclusion? This system does not have a Hopf bifurcation. Whatever it is, it's certainly not a Hopf. And that's a strong conclusion. This system applies to this flow, and so what is my conclusion? Then the Hopf bifurcation theorem applies. If there exists a mu such that, and this one is not equal to 0, then the Hopf bifurcation theorem applies. This one does not apply to this flow, and so what is my conclusion? This system does not have a Hopf bifurcation. Whatever it is, it's certainly not a Hopf. And that's a strong conclusion, because if it would be a Hopf bifurcation, this one wouldn't have been 0. All the other points agree and exist and are happy, but to place 0 and don't put will remain this going on in the too examples. We also looked at it with the utmost stability, so at least there we could draw some conclusion. Okay, so my machine should, yeah. Now if you do it with the full system, all the alpha, betas, and gamma. I'm not going to. It's a nice exercise for the reader. You're the full eigenvalue of the system. Apply your bifurcation theorem. And in that case, you're going to get bifurcation. Yeah. But most likely so. Since I know what I'm going to ask about this part of the course, I can clearly say is if I would put in alpha for the when I have to write my next exam. Maybe for the third, if someone wants to do the third. Yeah? Okay. Summary, local bifurcations. Full bifurcation. This is deep bifurcations. Why are they called local bifurcations? Because basically they involve fixed points. Then it's just a set of these 6 points that is changing. Yeah? So I might create something, I might change the flow, but it's a local effect that is doing. Yeah? If they change the number of 6 points or the point X, hyperbolic 6 points, they basically cause the change of solution. So go to from net to top, so that table becomes stable. Obviously, when something is negative, it needs to go positive, and does it continuously, at some point it's going to be 0. And it's really thinking if you're this one hopefully good reasoning. Yeah. Now and have a look at this equation. Do I have worked that one out as well? I think we just continue with the next one. Maybe I'm in the wrong lecture. I wanted to go to the next slides because I really need to get at the end of this part. So again, bam, bam, bam. One of the things that is important about all the examples of insofar is that they are all codimensional one local bifurcation, meaning the of the voltmeters. And we can have voltmeters codimension 2 problem. And that's exactly what we are about to do. And so we have this very simple equation. Mu is equal, x dot is equal to mu x cubed. With mu equal to 0, we have a standard form of a pitchfork. Yeah. Now, how does this, a pitchfork basically means I have a single fixed point, that one changes stability, and around it I get a pair of points. Now, how does the introduction of another parameter this? Yeah. And that is the first thing that we can certainly do graphically. And so, if I have my equation, x dot is equal to mu plus alpha x minus x cubed. If I look at alpha being negative, the equation becomes something negative minus something negative. I have a cubic equation that is minus something times x minus x cubed, and it's going to look like this. Yeah? That is my alpha x minus x cubed part. That is something like f, so that is x. X dot is equal to mu, which means it's a line at level mu. What does a and so could have one intersection, meaning that I could have if my y is equal to minus mu, and this one is my function f, y that is equal to minus mu intersects the line at one point, mu, this mu part, plus the other part are equal to each other, the difference is equal to 0, and I'm empty. Say, so no. Now, if my alpha is positive, I can have fun. Because then my cubic function looks like this. Yeah? If I start with A, I can have the case where I have one intersection. I can have the case where I touch. I can have three intersections, and I have another case where I just touch. Yeah? And that is certainly where I have just one. Okay. We go from 1 to, well, it's something that is multiplied. Suddenly, then again to 1 with something, and then 1 again. How would that look like in respect to, first of all, well, this point and that point. These 2 points seem to be the important things. Yeah? Because between these ones, everything happens. The derivative of my function equals to here, where am I? Enigmas of my cubic function. If I calculate that, I can figure change of mu, the map cubic thing. And so what can I do? I have my function f that is just alpha x minus x cubed. I do the derivative, I get alpha minus 3 squared. I find my f dash equal to 0. Well, what is happening is that this is equal to 0. And so I see that this is a square that is alpha minus 3, and I take square root and I say plus minus, yeah? X points. Now, how does the introduction of another parameter this, yeah? And that is the first thing that we can certainly do graphically. And so the equation x dot is equal to mu plus alpha x minus x cubed. If I look at alpha being negative, the equation comes something negative minus something negative. I have a cubic equation that is minus something times x minus x cubed, and it's going to look like this. Yeah? That is my alpha x minus x cubed. That's something like f equal to those things. X dot is equal to mu, which means it's a line at level mu. What does a and so could have one intersection, meaning that I could have if my y is equal to minus mu, equal to each other, difference is equal to 0, and I minus beta. Say so long. Now, if my alpha is positive, I can have fun. Because then my cubic function looks like this. Yeah? If I start to I can have the case where I have one intersection. I can have the case where I touch. I can have three intersections, and I have another case where I just touch. Yeah? And that is certainly there I have just one. Go from 1 to, well, with something that is multiplied. Suddenly, then again to 1 with something, and then 1 again. How would that look like in respect to, so first of all, well, this point and that point, these 2 points seem to be the important bits, yeah? Because between these ones, everything happens. Derivative of my function equal to 0. Here, where am I? The min mass of my cubic function. If I calculate that, I can figure into of new mapping. And so what can I do? I have my function f that is just alpha x minus x cubed. I do the derivative, I get alpha minus 3x squared. I find my f dash equal to this, x cubed. You can figure everything happens to be the important bits. Well, done. Yeah? If I start to I can have the case where I have one intersection. I can have the case where I touch. I can have three intersections, and I have another case where I just touch. Yeah? And that is certainly there I have just one. Go from 1 to, well, it's something that is multiplied. Suddenly, then again to 1 with something, and then 1 again. How would that look like in respect to, so first of all, well, this point and that point, these 2 points seem to be the important bits, yeah? Because between these ones, everything happens. Derivative of my function equal to 0. Here, where am I? The min mass of my cubic function. If I calculate that, I can figure into of new the mapping field. And so what can I do? I have my function f that's just alpha x minus x cubed. I do the derivative, I get alpha minus 3x squared. I find my f dash equal to 0. Well, what is happening is that this is equal to 0. And so I see that this is x squared, and that is alpha of 3, and I take the square root and I say plus minus, yeah? But here we have in x, obviously, our maxima and minima of our function. Now, that does not answer our question. No? What does this tell me about the new value that I need? This one here. Think for themselves for a second. So, what I've done is I took my cubic function and I calculated the x values for which my function has a maxima or minima. Yeah? I did not evaluate the height of the maxima or minima. That is what I have to do. So, I evaluate f at the plus minus square root of alpha of 3 by saying that it's alpha times alpha of 3 plus minus plus minus square root of alpha of 3 all cubed. And then basically I have to find out with my new, that is the height here. The absolute value of mu is in between 2/3 alpha times alpha of 3 square root. Yeah? That is the size of this interval between these two values. This here. This and this. Yeah? In between that, the magic is happening. And in between there, this fixed point on the one side becomes one fixed point again on that side, but in between we have something happening. So what is happening? Here. The absolute value of mu is in between 2/3 alpha times alpha on 3 square root. Yeah? That is the size of this balloon to this boat. This. Yeah? In between that. Boom. The magic is happening. And in between there, this fixed point on the one side becomes one fixed point again on that side, but in between we have something happening. So what is happening? I'm going to just do the case for one fixed point for alpha less than 0. Yeah? So what is going to happen is that if I plot the position of my fixed point versus my control between mu, I have a fixed point and I have another fixed point. They are both stable. They are connected by this S curve optimizer.
Yo, what is up? My sound's working. It's good. That session was alright. I'm a bit stressed because I got a test tomorrow and I'm pretty far behind. As in, I'm like trying to understand all my lecture content really thoroughly, and I haven't done any practice examples. And I probably won't start practice examples until tonight, so it might be a big 24 hours. But I would rather try and understand all the lecture content first. Anyways, anyone here? Anyone want to chat? I'm gonna go for a walk. Fill up my drink bottle. Jennifer. The class is called Nonlinear Dynamics and Chaos. And it's kind of about different nonlinear differential equations. If that makes any sense. But it's pretty interesting, and that's why I want to spend a lot of time on trying to understand everything. Although my lecturer sucks. And I've been watching like YouTube lectures to learn instead of watching my own classes lectures. Alright, I'm gonna go for a walk. I shall be back. Jennifer, how's the history study going? What type of history are you doing? And have you got to write essays? What have you actually got to do for it? I'll be back. Yo, 1900s. Yeah, true. Those like humanities subjects, they give you so many ratings, hey? Such a trek. True. How long's your class? 5 weeks out of how much? And writing. I've been I enjoy writing. I guess it depends what you're writing about. But I enjoy being able to like flesh out my thoughts in writing. Nice. So like a normal semester. Sick. Wait, what country are you in? That's the same as me. As in we have like 12 weeks and we're about to start week 10. So we're getting like close to the final tests. Nice, US. What state are you in? And you're a history major or you're just doing a history subject? How does that work? like you do quarters? California. Wait, what uni are you at? That's sick. Accounting major. What? As if you're doing a history subject, even though you're an accounting major. Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna try and get my phone working. So I think my phone was lagging because it wasn't connected to the internet before, but I'm gonna get it so my phone's live streaming up there, but then I'll be able to take my phone outside and I can do like handstands and stuff outside because there's sun and like a pool outside, and I'd rather be there during the breaks than like in here in like in this room because I want to get out and like get into the sun for a bit. So I'm hoping that I'll try that next time because the stream's not going to work on my phone for the rest of the today because I need to like quit the software and reopen it for it to work. But yeah, tomorrow I might be live streaming outside a little bit in the break if I decide to take my phone. True. Yeah, I think the quarters are like a good system. I feel like you get a lot more, like you get a lot less holidays, but you learn more in a shorter space of time, which is better if you like, if that's what you care about. Um, true, general ed. Yeah, legit. Because it's so nice outside. There's like a little courtyard kind of thing with the sun, and I like doing handstands in the sun on break and like stretching in the sun. Yeah. I think some places, some unis in Australia, only a couple do trimesters, which is basically like the quarter system. Because what the summer quarter like you don't normally do, right? So yeah. But also I enjoy my holidays. We get heaps of holidays and they're pretty good. Okay. Time to get back to the grind. On to what have we got? 3 more sessions. On to session number 5. Let's get it.
branching off the negative part. These two fixed points, this one and that one on each side, they are these two here. Okay? The one in the middle, one here, is the unstable. So it's a little bit short, yeah? In that sense that you create this unstable object that is created and then destroyed again. And you're left with some, so on the left as well on the right. Obviously, you see a lot of like this. The one that is certainly pressing, at least in my research, is you have a nice kind of stable state of the system that undergoes changes with the control parameter. Something's changing your jumping state, and you require to lower the control to go back. State. One of the ones that is scary in my research is certainly that this is exactly what's going back with ice. We're going to melt enough ice that we change the albedo, and climate change are a big issue. And your children, I'm 50, I don't have children, I could care less. And that's all. I think this is a state of dynamic being. You derive something into instability, you go into a state, then you have to really lower something. The value that you're currently in to actually branch that you once were in. Yeah? This is also a lot of my friends in Germany, they work on tipping point behavior or behavior or destruction of like Amazon or IC. So this is basically their kind of nightmare when you look at
surrounds a stable spiral. You have to go all the way to here before you jump back to equilibrium. So this is an example of hysteresis, but now occurring at the level of cycles rather than fixed points like we saw earlier. And so it has now gone unstable, leading to this kind of another state with R equals constant. Naturally dangerous. Now, tracking. In contrast here, if we have something at no amplitude of vibration, if we go past the transition, well, okay, so we're oscillating this much. But like I said in the previous lecture, that's sort of like my dad's arm tremoring that much instead of not tremoring at all. It's not great, but it's not as bad as if his arm is going like this. Right? I mean, that's what you should sort of picture when you have a subcritical hop, that you lose stability to something unforeseeable and potentially catastrophic. So that's the distinction. That's what makes that one more sort of discontinuous or dangerous. So as an example of it, if we were to write in polar coordinates something like this, r dot is AR plus sine r cubed minus r to the fifth. The difference being that with a subcritical, we have a plus sign here. If this were a minus, that would be a supercritical case. It would look like the one we discussed in the previous lecture. But with this plus sign, we have something nasty. Nothing of great importance happens in the theta direction. Let's just say theta dot is 1. And we're just going to go around in theta. But so what you would see for the different phase portraits here, you can check that just by looking at this one-dimensional system in the radial direction, that if A is less than 0 but greater than -1/4, so you have to work out a little bit of the details to see why that comes in. Then, in that regime, what we have is a stable fixed point. So sort of over here in the picture. We have a stable fixed point described with the same thing about the equation, and it's going to kind of approach this stable limit cycle. Like so. So here you have a coexistence of both a stable cycle at large amplitude of oscillation and also a stable point down here with no oscillation at all, no amplitude. So they're two different attractors in the same problem. If we change A to get closer to 0, well, actually what would happen if we go past A equals 0? So let's, the bifurcation is at A.
point, and I have another fixed point. They are both stable, and they are connected by this S curve of unstable. Unstable. So what in reality is happening is go along the fixed point, it becomes unstable, you jump up to the fixed point, you're stuck on this branch, and you have no tenure up to this point if you ever want to go back. The few physicists under you will see leaving completely. And in local mechanisms how solutions can change. But there is a point. If there are local bifurcations, then there should also be global bifurcations. Yeah? Global bifurcations, wait, for example, all of what we've seen so far is that interact with each other and out of a get one periodic. Now, what can also happen is that periodic orbit, for example, can collide with an object in phase space, or with, for example, the unstable or stable. Yeah? That can then change completely the solution. For example, periodic orbit. You have the unstable manifold of objects. And we've seen that with all of the Hopf bifurcations, the amplitude of our periodic tweet micrometer larger and might start to collide with unstable saddle points that we have. So that phase, let's do it the wrong way. You might get patients the way solutions completely. Well, there is final part that I want. We are leaving completely. And in open mechanisms how solutions can change. But there is a point. If there are local bifurcations, then there should also be global bifurcations. Yeah? Global bifurcations, wait, for example, all of what we've seen so far is that interact with each other and out of it get one periodic. Now, what can also that with all of the observations, the amplitude of our periodic increased micrometer a bit larger and might start to collide with unstable saddle points that we have. So in that case, we might take the move the wrong way. We might get then something that allows us to flow out of the solution directly and we destroy the intersection of that manifold with the second saddle that is there, and we open up the phase space to other things. Yeah? Below we back. There are a bunch that we have in the lecture notes, but one of the things is that if okay. Then periodic orbit. You have the unstable manifold of object. And to do that. We've seen that with all of the observations, the amplitude of our periodic increased micrometer a bit larger and might start to collide with unstable saddle points that we have. And so in that case, we're going to take the wrong way in. We might get then something that allows us to flow out of the solution directly and destroy the intersection of that manifold with the second saddle that is there, and open up the phase space to other things. Yeah? Global back. There are a bunch that we have in the lecture notes, but one of the things is that if something gets and you have and increase speed of this oscillator in the middle of that. And then the solution of that system, because oscillations that were like this, and then a growing amplitude, suddenly you might see 8 here. Yeah? So you oscillate one on one side, and then go to the typical example of we have a number of other examples in here. 7-node bifurcation on an orbit, that's exactly what we had there, so that we have at one point we have on that period, so the orbit gets that large that then intersects the stable manifold another point, and now you have a node on a periodic orbit, meaning you can go away from it along the one axis, but to come back will take you an infinite amount of time. Yeah? So there is a fixed point on that orbit, and we know that we are only going to approach that fixed point as a common. Yeah? When we looked at unstable manifold of the 7 of and so what could happen is that you have a set of unstable many loops add and becomes a stable reduction of the same solution. Yeah? It's a homoclinic undergone by that will come. This is, as I said, the number of global bifurcations, we're not going to look at them in more detail. It's just important that we know there are a number of things that could happen. Instead, we could increase the number of yeah. So if you have something like two systems, that would be two runners on a racetrack, they run a lap. But these are two and they want to chat to each other, and so you get this kind of coupling between them. Your cup will be higher, so that's coupling systems. So it's like what they are doing, but if they want to chat to each other, then you set couple to being so basically being able what we standard kind of rotation, we are running on a circular track. That's basically a pendulum, and now and our basically rising and cycle with the day we need to rest into it. But on that period to come back will take you there. It's just important that we know there are a number of things that could happen. Instead, we could increase the number of yeah. So if you have something like two systems, let's them be two runners on a racetrack, they run a lap. But these two and they want to chat to each other, and so you get this kind of coupling thing. Your up will be higher, so that's So we can start with what they are doing, but if they want to chat to each other, then we set cover to being so basically, thing as a what we standard point of rotation, we are running in a circular thread. That's basically a pendulum, and now introduce some coupling between two different pendulums, and then they start the full time. Yeah? So that would be another way how we could proceed with the course. And if you are interested or you already are involved, so you're lost, you can do that with the whiteboard, and you say, I have people. And they all interact with each other with a different frequency. They are all normal oscillators, and I want to know, can I synchronize this system? That is part of dynamic system. Is more of concern of mass 30.4 complex system. If you want to go down that track, I'm pretty sure that Shannon will give you this as a synchronization. Now we still want to go further, and either it's up there already to upload it on our NAS. Have a look at, just let me get it. 63, where are you? For the next lecture. What's the I want you to have the this is the update for my field of usage. Unknown Lorentz 9063 model, or Lorentz 63, also 96 model. He was a good model in that way. But first paper, as you read it, you will see that you can actually follow this paper quite nicely. You have the idea of a phase space. You will figure out that it is a dissipated system. He will talk about with the left. We are on a big point. You can forget about Boltzmann equations. Technical here. He studies symmetry of the system. He looks at the implication of the linear theory. We have here in the equation 32 problem for the fixed points. Then starts to discuss the stability of these fixed points. And then goes. And this is basically also our problem. I would like to do with you now ODE and chaos ODE, but basically, that's the what Lorentz, you will see that I book kitchens, fixed points, different orbit, something happens. Because we are in 3D and they can be chaos. I discussed this paper. We find matrix of M and N. And he goes to maths and on became the math. Well, we already knew that this because it was studied before. And we go away from these into time discrete systems because in that one we can still do analytical work to show what chaos is all about. Yeah. Cool. So, spend a little bit of time with this paper. I've given up on trying to discuss this paper with the students that I told to read the paper a long time ago, because there's always one or two of you who are interested enough to read it. That's good on you. And then there's the majority who want to be entertained. You pay money to be entertained, so you basically put to entertainment. Try to move it like a paper. But nevertheless, I cannot stress enough. This is a scientific paper that you can understand, and so, to be honest, it's a good preparation to start to read the stuff. And I will actually most likely for next week, so I plan to do it, and I hope also that I plan to do it. We'll take the time and prepare one or two chaotic oscillators in our complex systems lab, and bring them with me, and then we can see how reality would bring something to a chaotic regime. I got out of experimental doing stuff some time ago, something like that. Hands-on experiment every now and then. Please, if you haven't picked up your test yet, um, she and he found something that is really surprising.
Yo, how's the sunshine? It's really nice at this time of the arvo when the sun comes through the blinds. It's like it looks like it would be annoying, but because it's sideways, it's really nice. The sun just somehow gives you energy, I reckon. Alright, that session was pretty good. What do we got? 2 more sessions. Yeah. I'm gonna have lots to do tomorrow before my test. Alright. Oi, Jennifer, 9 out of 10. Let's go. 9 out of 10 is pretty damn good. I feel like I never give 9 out of 10s to anything. My session was pretty good. I'm starting to understand this stuff a lot and put bits and pieces together. Studying for like a test is, not gonna lie, is kind of satisfying when you've like learned bits and pieces, but then you don't like fully remember how they all link up. And then you like write all your notes out so you get a holistic view of the subject, and then you slowly start to master it. It's pretty satisfying. I'm hoping that's what I'm going to be able to do with this topic tomorrow when I start doing practice examples. I might do some practice examples today. I'll probably get time to do some, maybe tonight. Yeah. I guess always just the hardest part is like starting and the procrastination that just makes you feel terrible. But then once you start doing it, and if you enjoy what you're studying, it's kind of good. Alright, so my plan for this afternoon is to do 2 more sessions, finish off all my notes, And then I'm gonna go to the gym, maybe go for a skateboard, and then come back, do some practice examples, eat dinner, go to bed, get up tomorrow, do a bunch of practice examples. My test is at 3, so I'm gonna stream 7 till 2, which will be 7 sessions again. So I should be able to get a lot done tomorrow. It feels kind of sketchy leaving my study tomorrow until leaving my study until the day of the test, but because it's in the Arvo, I think I can get a lot done in a day. It also feels bad, feels like I'm cramming for this test because I probably haven't done as much as I should have in the past couple of weeks to get that spaced repetition to cement that learning. The negatives of cramming for a test. I'm gonna go outside. I shall be back in 5 minutes. Yo, that went quicker than expected. Damn. Turn that freaking alarm off. Saint, you still here? My man? What happened? My computer pooed itself and like died, which is why I kind of stopped streaming in the first place, because it kept on having troubles with my computer. Like, it would just randomly, the streaming software would freeze, and then that makes the stream stop, and then my computer would just like be spinning wheel of death for like 5 minutes. So I just stopped it and I just studied without the stream. But I was like, okay, I really need to fix my laptop. Like, why is it being so slow? It's not meant to be so slow. Wait, I'll show you. This is my setup. I just really can't hear me that well, but it's an M1 MacBook Air, and like, it shouldn't be dying this easily. So I think it's because I was running out of storage, so I backed it up, wiped the whole laptop, and then I've like full restarted my laptop, and like only re-downloaded the stuff that I need, and it's working really well. So that's what's happened. What am I studying? I'm studying nonlinear dynamics and chaos. That's what the subject is called. It's kind of like nonlinear differential equations. It's pretty fun. I'm studying for a test tomorrow. Check out the stream calendar in the description, because I'm going to be streaming 4 out of 5 days next week. So yeah, if you guys got study to do, come join. Good to see you here, Saint. All right, should we get to it? 2 more sessions, and then I go to the gym. All right, let's get it. Session number 6. Good luck.
which means what is non-periodic? You cannot look at the signal and say, okay, I'm going to just use the superposition of sine and cosines and make up this time series because the period is changing and therefore I have to change maybe some for this Fourier representation of this time series. Okay, so basically what we have when we look at the Lorentz system is our first truly chaotic system. It is a simplification of the Bernard-Vallée or the Bernard-Vallée system, which is a very basic system where you just have some fluid trapped in a pot. You heat it from below, you cool it from above, and you start to see that the hot stuff is going to rise, and under the right kind of condition, you get something like cells forming that fluid. The hot stuff rises up, cools down, gets heavier, goes down again, gets reheated, the density starts to go down again, which means we have a buoyancy effect again, and it starts to rise. Yeah? And in general, the system is just a simplification of the full Navier-Stokes equations, and Lorentz was interested in weather prediction. And yeah, the basic conclusion of this research was the fact that we have a non-periodic flow in these simple equations will make weather predictions really hard. Actually, in dynamical systems theory, you can show that there is something like a well-defined forecast horizon, and no matter how, or depending on how well you know your initial condition and how good your model is, you have a limited forecast horizon. Your model is bad or your state estimation is not good enough, that forecast horizon breaks down. But even if you have something like a nice kind of system, model system, you can basically show that these non-periodic flows forecasting over a certain kind of forecasting horizon is basically almost a random process. When he looks at his flows, he starts to classify in different solutions by saying, okay, in the beginning there will be some kind of transient behavior. I visualize that system somehow, so the initial condition is still in there, and after a while I got rid of these transient properties, and I see the true dynamics of the system. Yeah. He talks about the stability or instability of his solutions, and this is basically the idea of sensitivity to initial conditions. If I initialize any non-periodic flow with an epsilon away from the true state of that system, this epsilon grows exponentially and will give me, after some forecasting time, a completely different kind of future forecast to the system realization. Yeah? So that is the issue with the sensitivity of initial conditions, and he established that there is basically an absence of periodic behavior in some of the solutions. And he also starts to establish this idea that that these two things are related, that I have this sensitivity to initial condition on the one hand side, and this is basically due to the instability of the system. Yeah? So it's not stable periodic behavior, it is everywhere unstable. And we will see how this instability basically goes into normal chaotic systems later on today as well. He then starts to go through the possible known solution. Well, he says it's not a fixed point, it's not periodic, it is not quasi-periodic, so that I have more frequencies that I have to add up, and after a while I'm sure that it is not just a transient behavior. Well, if all of this isn't the case, then the only thing that remains is I have a true non-periodic flow. Yeah? He looks in one of the sections a little bit on bifurcation of fixed points, and we are going to go through that one as well, and then shows that the numerical solutions of this, or the numerical solution of the Lorentz vector, that is the full phase space of Ricci, and then makes a mapping of the flow onto a discrete, time discrete system, and shows, okay, this is similar to something that we've seen before, at least in the literature before, where people regularly had maps. Okay, so this is the system, and we already have here a quite nice overview. If I have a one-dimensional flow, the only thing that can happen is that I have a fixed point. If I have a two-dimensional flow, we can have periodic orbits or settled node connections or cycles. And in 3D, we can now finally have the second part of the time-lapse unit, which is called chaos, yeah? Which is a non-periodic, deterministic non-periodic flow. In these chaotic regimes, we still have, for the systems that we are interested in, something like trapping regions. Meaning, I have some part of the phase space where the flow enters from outside and then stays in that region forever. Which means there has to be something in there, which is an omega limit set. Yeah? And on that omega limit set, I'm able to have an infinite long time series in a finite space of space 1. And the way how this is solved is, well, we are going to have fractal sets in there. And yes, our omega limit set, if we have a non-periodic flow, will be not a fixed point or periodic orbit or a saddle cycle. It is a strange attractor, as we call it. Yeah? that Lorentz worked with. We can see that this system has two nonlinearities in it, because I'm multiplying x with z and I'm multiplying x with y. Yeah? That is basically of order 2, and so it is a true nonlinear term. Yeah? The rest is just differences and additions. Typically, we have sigma, rho, and beta with their canonical values as 10, 803, and 28. And under these conditions, if you start to simulate the system, you will get immediately chaotic dynamics. Yeah? Unless you initialize that system at a fixed point. But, I mean, you don't want to touch this. So the question is, why do we have chaos? And if there is chaos, what are properties of chaos? A lot of these questions about the properties we are going to do in more detail in the second part of the lecture, which basically starts from next week, because it's easier to discuss and to understand in iterative maths than it is in theory flow. Yeah. Okay, so since the chaos is easier to discuss and to understand in iterative maths than it is in theory flow. Yeah. Okay, so since the chaos or the Lorentz 63 equations are that long established, people have started pet projects trying to find systems where they can visualize it outside of their computer. And one of them is the water wheel. Who was on open day and saw this water wheel in action? Who of you actually attended the open day at UWA in West China? That is also one of the reasons why I always feel like I should volunteer for UWA and spend my Sunday at open day. Okay. Okay, so nevertheless, when Michael Small came to UWA and became established, we actually built one of these water wheels in a workshop. And the basic idea is we have a water wheel. I might bring it to a workshop at some point as well so that you have seen it. It's basically a meter diameter large. You have some water dripping from top onto the wheel, and the wheel has buckets. Yeah? And they are roughly maybe 10 centimeter large, and you have 12, 15 of them around that wheel. And each one of these buckets has a hole drilled into it, so that while water is flowing in, while it is going around outside of the source where the water flows in, the water drips out. And so the basic idea is that if you have buckets all full, the thing stands still. Yeah? But as you start from some random initial condition, water fills in on one side more than the other one, and so you start to rotate the thing in one direction, and at some point it might turn it around and go into the other direction. Yeah? So it is basically all the time changing directions if you get it right. If you have a lot of patience, you can even see something like basic bifurcations in the system. Yeah? Okay, so this is a real thing. We have it in our lab, and so I might bring it to our next workshop. And so the idea is, okay, we are going to paint one of these buckets red. Actually, we have a red marker on one of the buckets exactly for that reason. And this is the one that is going to, when that is up, then we have an angle equal to 0. Yeah? And so this is the fixed frame of reference. Then we look at the water that is in all of these buckets, and that can then give us something like a mass distribution around the wheel. And so we can integrate from one angle to the other this distributed mass, and then gets this value m of t. Yeah? And what we can also measure is, okay, how quick is this wheel going? Yeah? So that is an angular velocity, omega t, instantaneous angular velocity of the wheel. And we have another control meter in our system, and that is just how hard did I put on the tap. So what is the influx of water in our system? And we should have also, so Q demonstrated which water is added to the wheel and its position. And so basically, we have something like the radius of the wheel that is also important. We have the leakage rate, so how big are the holes that are drilled into these buckets. That's the K leakage rate. And then we have something like damping. Nowadays, I think this is the biggest issue that we have too much damping in our system because it's now a couple of years old and water dripping around, and then stuff starts to build up, so it might be time for a good clean. And obviously, we have the moment inertia of the full wheel. And now with this, we can have some fun and start to try to build our own Lorentz equation. So the first thing is, okay, if we have something like mass added to the system, well, mass is actually conserved in our system, and so we can say, okay, we have the water inflow in that certain area, so I have my Q times that area over which I integrate, in that times then delta T. Then I can say, okay, I have leakage, and that is going to give me that negative term, which basically gives me, depends also on the level of water that I have in the system. So I have multiplied power M with my leakage rate K, and obviously this is going to be negative because water flows in, water flows out, the outflow is negative. And then we have a rotation that is caused by the mass to move in that sector, and that is just my omega T times the mass, that gives me my moment. Yeah? And then, obviously, as I rotate around, mass also rotates out of that section that I look at, just because the wheel is good. Yeah? That is the start to delta T and delta T M of the second angle, and that is exactly where it is leaving or coming in, depending on which direction your wheel is rotating. So if you add these up, you basically have these different terms here. And since it is always nice to write everything as one kind of nice integral, I just say, okay, I divide by delta T, so I get an increment there, and I express this now as a partial integration over this mass gradient around theta. Yeah? And then we go towards start to say, okay, what happens if I look for very long times? Obviously, then there will be some equilibrium because these buckets are not proportional. So basically, what goes in get the theta dependence on Q and the m of theta out of my system and simplify it like this. And everything that remains is then just this Q minus Km and then integration over this gradient. And if you then say, okay, if my complete mass in that section is just integration of the mass distribution over that section, I can then say, okay, we can rearrange this equation and then say, instead of writing the MDT, I take the small MDT and integrate also that side over that angle. That should give me the same thing. So I change the left-hand side by the definition. And since this is now true for all thetas in every, so for all ranges of theta all around the wheel, I can just drop the integration. Yeah? Because it should be true everywhere that I look. And so I end up, after here's the water wheel. Who was on open day and saw this water wheel in action? Yeah, open day, okay. I wish we actually built one of these water wheels in a workshop. The meter diameter. basically the idea is that the motion, complicated motion that we have on our tractor can be thought of as getting caught with an unstable periodic orbit for a while and then bouncing to the next one forward and backwards. So on. Yeah. Complex bifurcation sequence, we have the Eigenbach constant, for example. In the Lorentz case, we have a homogenic bifurcation. Well, it's not the main part here. And we have sensitivity to conditions of expression. Yeah. And that one brings me this line. Okay, and now for the remainder, we are going to talk about maps. As I said last week, the issue that we have with the chaotic flows is that we can more or less do almost nothing with them analytically. And so that's the reason why we are going into maps, where you can do something with pen and paper without running something like Google solvers all the time to answer this problem. And one way to convert, if you want, or motivate maps, is to think about the Poincaré map. The Poincaré map is the most simplest map that we can think of. We basically just put a 2D surface into a vector field, and we record where the trajectory goes through that Poincaré. Yeah? So we can see here we have a 1D orbit, or a period 1 orbit, and it intersects this 2D surface one time at one particular point. Yeah? Now if I have a period doubling bifurcation in this case, I would get 2 points on that. Yeah? There is a choice because you have to choose a 2D surface such that the vector field is everywhere transverse. So the stuff has to flow through. It doesn't make sense to have this Poincaré map out here, outside of the orbit. We'll record nothing, and we are not happy with it. Yeah? And there is obviously a way to do this. And we are going to define close at this intersections gamma of that section sigma. We can define a map such that U is map of the sigma, and then the next intersection happens again when we come through again. Yeah? So this, first of all, tells us something about the relationship between maps and flows. Diameter large. We have some water dripping from top onto the it is basically all about changing directions if you get it right. If you have a lot of patience, you can even see something like basic bifurcations in the system. Yeah. Okay. So this is a real thing. We have it in our lab, and so I might bring it to our next workshop. And so the idea is okay, and this is something like a measure is of water. They have something like that thing, and water Lorentz mass is actually conserved. So the first thing is okay, if we have something like mass added to the system, well, mass is actually conserved in our system, and so we can say okay, we have water inflow in that certain area, so I have my Q times that area over which I indicate. Okay, and obviously this is going to be negative because water flows in, water flows out, the outflow is negative. And then we have a rotation that is caused by the mass to move in that sector, and that is just my omega t times the mass. That gives me my momentum. Yeah. And then obviously as I rotate around, mass also rotates out of that section that I look at, just because it is yeah. That is this last thing that second angle, and that is exactly where it is leaving. Or coming in, depending on which direction your needle is rotating. So if you add these up, you basically have one kind of nice integral. I just say, okay, I divide by delta t, so I give an increment there. Theta. Yeah. Theta. Good. So now with this, we can start to say, okay, what happens if I look for very long times? Obviously, then there will be some equilibrium because these buckets are not overflowing. Yeah. Basically, what flows in flows out in average. And so I can, with this trick, get the theta dependence on the q and the m of theta out of my system and simplify it like this. And everything that remains is then just this q minus km, then the integration. If you then say, okay, if my complete mass in that section is just integration of the mass distribution over that section, I can then say, okay, I can rearrange this equation and then say, instead of writing the mdt, I take the small mdt and integrate also that side over that angle. That should give me the same thing. So I change the left-hand side by the definition. And since this is now true for all thetas in every, so for all ranges of theta all around the wheel, I can just drop the integration. Yeah? Because it should be true everywhere that I look. And so I end up with this kind of PDE. Now, one thing that I said in the beginning is that the chaotic dynamics basically comes around because this wheel starts to turn and then turns around and turns in the other direction with different speeds. And so actually what we are interested in is how is the evolution of omega t? Yeah? Because that is going to give us one of the most or easiest to measure chaotic
Yo, that time was my fault. I turned the alarm sound off and didn't turn it back on. Session was pretty good. Mate, the power of Pomodoro is so good. Because the hardest part is starting, and it kind of takes that out of the equation, because when you're like, oh, I feel like having a break, you force yourself to like keep going, do something, even if you can't understand something, like do something else. And then minimizing the procrastination time. I missed it. It's good. Makes you feel so much better. Alright, one more session. And then it's gym time. Anyone want to chat, or else I'm gonna go outside? Alright, I'm gonna go outside for one last time. I shall be back in less than 8 minutes. Bye. Yo, I got a little snack. Some corn chips and salami sausage stuff. It's my pre-gym snack. Okay, time to go. Last session, number 7. Alright, let's go. Wait, I'll answer your question, Jim. Let's chat for a teeny weeny bit. I might do legs. I don't know. Wait, I just realized your first name is Jim as well. Suiting question. Does Jim go to the gym? A bit of ASMR. Sick. Yeah, I post my gym stuff on my Priv Instagram kind of thing. But I've been training more and more like calisthenic stuff. So I'll do like legs, but I'll do like squats in weird positions and like lots of flexibility stuff. At the same time, it's like a mixture between like strength and then like mobility and flexibility exercises. If you want to see it, follow my second account, but my second Instagram account, which is just Lane Move 2.0. Anyways, should we get into it? Last session, let's go. When I finish this session, I don't know if the same people will be here, but I think we're gonna have people over, so I might have to like get off the stream pretty quickly. Because there might be like people walking around and stuff. Why calisthenics? Because normal gym stuff got like more and more boring. So I used to do gymnastics, and then I did like 2 years of push-pull legs, and I kind of just got bored of it, and I was like, nah, I want to get back into doing more gymnastic stuff. Like, I want to be able to do handstands and like do a planche. And I was just like seeing stuff on Instagram and like be mobile at the same time as being strong. So I have like good functional strength. And also it's different, like to be different to your everyday gym bro, like no one really cares if you can lift like 50 kilos or like bench 3 plates or whatever. But if you can do a planche push up, everyone's like, what the frick? Like, I didn't know that was possible. So it's kind of like a selfish motivation. I don't know if that makes sense. I think it's cool. All right, let's go. Session number 7. Oh, I'm gonna have to click it. Good luck.
in. And since we add only water from the top, we don't need a second term in our Q. If you introduce that subset into two differentiated terms, take care of the fact that sine are orthogonal functions, equates the coefficients, and so on, you end up with this one. Well, that is actually nice because now we have two ODEs. And if you then do similar things to your third equation, you can get three ODEs. Now, if you look at these ODEs, they actually don't look too bad. Yeah? What do we have? we have in our Lorentz, the first equation is sigma y minus x. We have some rubbish multiplying our second equation minus the first state variable. That one has at least the right kind of form. The second equation is rho x minus y x times z. We can see x times z, the first term here, and then we have the other two. No, we have only b1. That's okay. So we are missing one of the variables basically here, because we have no set. No set we have. What is missing? A is there, b is there, and z. Exactly. So we have an additional constant term in here that is not part of our equations. And if you look at the third one, we can see that in there the original equation should be minus beta z x plus x and y. And you can see, okay, I have here my x, here I have my z, but I'm missing all of the b dependence. But the general structure is there. We have one nonlinearity instead of two so far. But we developed three ODEs out of the PDE and this integral equation. And now you will see, well, it's not the same, but it's good enough. And if you want to do the rest of the work, have a look at the exercise in Strogatz. That does it completely and shows you the missing terms and how you can actually develop the rest of these equations so that you get the Lorentz equations out. Okay, so we might not understand the fluid dynamics and the Rayleigh-Benard instability, but we can certainly see, okay, we can have a mechanical model that looks a little bit like what we hope it should look like. Now, there is a whole section on the bifurcation of Lorentz. These were the important parts. I hate it when it goes like this. We have a stable point at the origin, and that is true for rho between 0 and 1. We can see, I might actually do this a little bit different. Can we see that we have a stable point? Well, so my equations are x dot is equal to sigma y minus x. Y dot is rho x minus y minus x z. And z dot where minus beta z plus x times z. And certainly if you plug in 0, 0, 0, you can see that there is a fixed point at the origin, yes? Good. Now, if we build our Jacobian for it, what do we have as x, y, and z? We get minus sigma, sigma is 0. We get rho minus z. We get minus 1 and minus x. We get z. We get nothing. Why should I get a y? I got the equations wrong. This one gives me a y. This one gives me an x, and this one gives me a minus beta. Yeah? Now, if I want to find the eigenvalues of a 3 by 3 matrix, I'm always very happy, because in this case, this 0 up here helps me quite a bit. I have the determinant of this and the determinant of that multiplying. So what I get is one eigenvalue, basically lambda is equal to minus beta, and the rest is taken care of with the 0 there, and then I get minus sigma minus lambda minus 1 minus lambda minus sigma rho should be equal to 0. Gives me lambda squared plus sigma plus lambda plus sigma times lambda minus, the sigma rho is equal to 0. So what do I have? I have lambda squared plus sigma plus 1 times lambda minus plus sigma times 1 minus rho. And then if you do the quadratic equation, you get just minus sigma plus 1 divided by 2 plus minus the square root of sigma plus 1 squared divided by 4 minus sigma 1 minus rho. And if you haven't seen that way of solving a quadratic equation yet, this is the way how I learned it in high school. I never understood why you take 3 coefficients and do A, B, C, and multiply them by 4 and so on. It's just nonsense what you guys do. This is the real way, and it makes me happy. Now, if you look at it, we can have a look at different values. What do I do? Sigma 1. So I want to discuss the case where my rho is between 1 and 0. And the first thing that I realized that also means that 1 minus rho will be less than 1, yes. And in that case, this is less than 1. Yeah, exactly. So this is the way to do it. Since this is less than 1, you're multiplying with something that is less than 1. So no matter what your sigma is, it's going to be smaller. You take that away. So the plus minus here, after you take the square root, will be always less than sigma plus 1.
Oi. Mate. Wait, I'll come out and see you guys in like half an hour.
Third one. Is anyway less than 0. And so you have 3 eigenvalues, all of them are less than 0. And therefore you have a stable node at the origin. Yeah? If your rho is equal to 1, you can see that this one gives you a 0, which means that the square root of this one gives you exactly this part here. And so this plus this gives you a 0. So you have a 0 eigenvalue. We know 0 eigenvalues are always related to non-hyperbolic points. And in this case, in particular, what is going to happen is that you have multiplication, because as soon as your rho starts to decrease again, you go away from the 0. That is this case. In particular, what you have is that you are going to have a pitchfork bifurcation. So that means my trivial fixed point at 0 bifurcates, and I'm going to have 2 new fixed points symmetrically around the 0. And these fixed points there, since I changed the stability at this here is rho is equal 1, I get a pitchfork. Yep. How can I show this? If 1 plus x squared over beta suddenly subcritical pitchfork bifurcation. And this is somehow
Oh, is John there? Yeah. Can you get me some shorts? I'm wearing 2 Sterling shorts. Yo, what's up?
a little bit confusing, because if this is subcritical, we know something that is stable becomes unstable, but we also have to generate create an unstable periodic orbit, yeah, around the stable one. We haven't seen that one yet. Yeah. And so how you can think about this is you have your pitchfork. So here, the value of the pitchfork. Yeah. Then at some point, we have another new bifurcation, which is a period doubling bifurcation. And this is where the fun actually really starts. After we've seen that for a couple of times at moment 28, we start to see this merging in phase space. We have an x component that is oscillating, a y component that almost looks identical to our x component, and we have a z component that does not have the same kind of symmetry as these two other time series. What we can think about here is that the positive and x and y are basically on one of my shoulder blades, and the negative ones are on the other shoulder blade if there wouldn't be a butterfly arm of it. Yeah? So basically we are oscillating on one side, and then at some point when we go to the negative x and y values, we jump onto the other side of that shape that we have in the phase space, while the oscillation in Z is just going up and down. Yeah? You can see, if you look at this kind of dynamics, there are some parts where it almost looks like, okay, here for example, around the 3000 mark, we are just doing up and down and up and down and up and down. It almost looks like a periodic sequence. It's a little bit further on, this one up, one down is completely destroyed, and we then start to oscillate always 3 times on the top, and then 1 time only on the negative, and then the structure is completely lost again. Yeah? You can have these long stretches where you do a lot of oscillations on one side before you get kicked onto the other side. The really important thing about the Lorentz system is that the symmetry around the 0, 0 in x and y is actually a result of the unstable period, of the unstable fixed point that we have at the origin. So how you can think about the dynamics of the Lorentz system is you do these oscillations on one of the wings, and then it really depends when you come into that middle part where you're falling towards the trivial fixed point. Either you are on the left side of the separatrix or the right side of the separatrix of that is spanned by the origin. And if you are on the other side from where you came, you're jumping into the other regime or the other wing of your attractor. You stay for a while on that attractor, and you go back because you change the side on the separatrix again. Yeah? So this is how the dynamics basically looks, and most often, almost all of the nonlinearity that dictates the dynamics of the Lorentz system is actually in that region around the separatrix. The wings itself, when you have a look at something like is the Lorentz attractor, these structures out here, they are almost 2-dimensional. Yeah? All the messy chaotic bits result from this highly complex region that is around the 0, 0, that is spanned by the separatrix that starts at the trivial fixed point. Yeah? And here you can clearly see it. Okay, I go up here, I oscillate around, I start to spin up, and then at some point I cross over again, and then start to spin up again. And depending on how close I get injected to the other 2 unstable fixed points that I have in the system, which exactly lie at the center of these wings, I spend more time on that side the closer I get ejected towards that unstable fixed point. Yeah? And all the messiness is this complicated structure that is in the central bit here. Okay. One of the important things when you look at Lorentz, and Lorentz also did it in his paper, was that he realized that his system is a dissipative system, which means he's losing phase space. Yeah? And so if you look at volume of phase space, so if you look at some small volume under or inside of any ODE or under any flow, you can say, okay, my volume has a certain kind of dimension. has a length in x, it has a length in y, and a length in z. Yeah? And my r, the vector, state vector, is just my x of t, my y of t, and my z of t. So if I look at the change of the volume, I basically have to think about my chain rule, and so basically I get the addition of the product rule as well. I get the addition of the changes in x, in y, and in z there. Yeah. Now, what I can do is I can say, okay, my length is nothing else than my x plus the length minus x. So I added a 0. Yeah. Plug this into my equation. I can now say, okay, my L dot is going to be this function in x of x plus this Lx minus the function itself, which then allows me to say, okay, I can write this as a derivative basically and say it's the gradient of f in the x direction minus my Lx plus some order L squared. So I look at the Taylor expansion basically. Yeah. I can do that with all three ones, and I get my change in volume that way. And this way I can see, okay, I have the addition of these three gradients, and that is nothing else than taking my diff dot my vector field and multiplying it with my volume. And so this is the divergence of my vector field by definition. Yeah? And if you do that with your Lorentz equations, you will see that what you get is minus a positive number, minus 1, minus a positive number. So my divergence is less than 0. And so I have a dissipative system where my volume starts to shrink. Yeah? In fact, if you look at the omega limit set, you have a volume that is 0 because it's a flatted structure. Yeah? There is nothing bulky in it. It's a one line that embedded in your plane space. There is another calculation like this in Strogatz. Same result for any large volume there as well. Important thing is, please, well, this is V dot. This has nothing to do with the other functions. Don't mess that up in your head. This is just that we use for volume. Good. We can look at other examples. For example, stable periodic orbit in 3D. You can easily write this example as, maybe on the slide, so it's going in my notes. You can write this one as standard kind of cylindrical coordinate system, because you can see the x squared minus y squared there will allow you to do that. And in fact, you get something like r dot is equal to r times 1 minus r squared, and a theta dot that is going to be equal to omega, and a z dot that is just this minus a alpha z anyway. You have an unstable focus at 0, 0, 0. Well, you can clearly see that the trivial fixed point is the fixed point of the system, and if you really want to see that this one is unstable, then make the Jacobian, do it yourself. Yeah? Nevertheless, what we actually get is around the Markov alpha greater than 2. If we look at our dissipative term, we have this 2 minus 4, this is the radius squared, minus alpha, so basically around the 2 mark for sure, this is going to be dissipative. And what we get at a certain period, obviously the amplitude is constant, as you can see, and afterwards I get something like this out of it. Then it starts to repeat itself. So out of this comes in the extreme case something like this. Yeah. So I only repeat myself after 32nd time. Yeah. So I have one high maximum, one low one, then one high, then one low, then one high. Yeah. In phase space, this means that if I look at this orbit before the bifurcation, I just have a standard kind of ring. Yeah. After the bifurcation, I get something that does something like this. Yeah? I only repeat myself every second time. This is the bifurcation, of course, is called the period doubling bifurcation. Yeah? And now chaos arises in a very simple way. I have such a system that it is following the standard deterministic system. I have 64. Yeah? The interesting thing about, and these are unstable periodic orbits. So here I have an unstable periodic orbit of first period. I create periodic orbit of second, of fourth, of eighth, and so on, completely based on this skeleton of unstable periodic orbits that build up this omega limit set that we call a strange attractor. The one and best reference that I can give you for that one is something called the Webbook, Chaos Webbook, it's a nice short read. There's something like 500 pages, free to download. But goes maybe a little bit beyond what you need to know. This is exactly what is happening in the characters, and I can even show it to you first here. My machine is asleep. Exactly. So period doubling. I increase my period as 2 to the power of n. Yeah? And for large n, the place where I have, or the ratio of difference between where my previous bifurcation happened and my next one is happening versus where this one was happening and the last one is 1 on 4.669, yeah? Which is one of the two Feigenbaum constances. And no matter where you find period doubling, in no matter what kind of system you see it, might be something like this water wheel, might be an electronic circuit, might be some kind of hydromagnetic dynamo kind of experiment. Every time that we see these kind of period doublings into chaos, this is the constant that we find. This is the universality of dynamical systems. That no matter what dynamical system it is, if it follows this route into chaos, this constant will show up. Why? Well, why is pi? Exactly. If you think about this kind of sequences of period doublings, then at some point this distance basically goes to 0. Yeah? And also this distance goes to 0. And so then you reach the point where you have countable infinite unstable periodic orbits, and your sequence 2 to the power of n times the period diverged and you are at infinity. Yeah? You have a true non-periodic deterministic system. Yeah? U-boats are linked and hence cannot vanish, and U-boat is unstable periodic orbit. Yeah? And now can we talk about, yeah, okay. So obviously Lorentz was the first one to find this kind of dynamics, but due to the fact that he was dealing with something that was very messy, aka the weather, or some simplified model of it, the equations needed to be non-trivial. Now, this is the most simplest system that you can have that shows you chaotic dynamics. And it is the Wessler system, named after Otto Wessler, who was a professor in Tübingen, who at the end of his career got banned from the university to enter the grounds. He was no longer allowed to enter the grounds because, I don't know, fame and age might make you crazy, I don't know. Simplest system because we have one nonlinearity in there. We multiply x times z in the set equation. Other than that, everything is linear. We have two linear equations, one nonlinear equation, and we couple them into a set of 3 ODEs, so it can be chaotic. And in fact, for alpha beta equal to 0.2 and gamma equal to 5.7, we can study chaos effect. Fixed point, obviously, origin. We don't have this messy kind of symmetry that Lorentz gives us because it has two nonlinearities. We get these two wings. One with eigenvalue minus gamma, complex conjugate pair. So we have a kind of unstable saddle focus, and then we get some chaotic dynamics. And I actually wanted exactly this far. So this is the Wessler system. This is exactly for the parameters that I just said. This is the standard sets. We have a nice kind of dynamics inside of the xy plane, and every now and then we then follow, actually this way, follow that big excursion into the z direction and then get back onto that nice flat xy plane. Yeah. And you can study this in a very simple experiment. So this is a system that we built. We have a Hopf bifurcation at the origin. This is an electronic circuit, and we can just study what the oscilloscope shows us. So we lap two different currents from our circuit. We get a vertical period 1 orbit, and at some point we get period doubling. We have period 2. We can get further into period 4, and then we get exactly the same kind of shape in a 2D projection that we just saw in that numerical realization. With this system, you can easily study the bifurcation route into chaos. You get the Feigenbaum constants out of it, and you should be happy. Same thing, exactly the same thing as before in the Wessler system as in any other system. You get the same orbit, and then also part that I talked about. This is maybe about the separatrix. This is a part that I don't want to talk about today. Because from now on, we are going to discuss maps. And in this one, we then will see something very similar to that one too. But since we are going to talk about maps, this is now the nice point to use the last 15 minutes to talk about this file which was uploaded today. That chaotic attractor as bouncing around unstable wrestler who was in a proper way very well. And in that case, so that means it's equal to rho times x, and rho is around 3 something. In fact, what they create what Newton's periodic orbit, yeah, around the stable one. We haven't seen that one yet. Yeah. And so how you can think about this is
When will life go on party anymore?
Mate, I'll come in 10 minutes. I'll be there.
Studying?
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
On what?
on YouTube.
Very nice.
Say hi, mate.
What's up, yeah?
They can't hear anything, but
Alright, see you in a bit.
coming out and say.
Good. With this, I think, yeah, with this I jump into the slides because now the black magic is happening. And row is around 3. That 2 nodes to suddenly have. So whatever is happening there is that we have some kind of global bifurcation that is causing our nodes to suddenly become profile. Yeah. The stable focus exists with 1 real and 2 imaginary eigenvalues for quite a while, or 2 complex eigenvalues for quite a while. Then at 24 they all become unstable. And in fact, what is happening is that we have suddenly subcritical pixel bifurcation. And this is somehow a little bit confusing because if this is subcritical, we know something that is stable becomes unstable, but we also have to generate an unstable periodic orbit. Yeah, around the stable one. We haven't seen that one yet. Yeah. And so how you can think about this is have your pitchfork. Suddenly they become full-time, stable ones. Suddenly they become unstable here. But they create these unstable periodic orbits around them that go towards lower values of rho. In fact, the fact that at some point these nodes that we really liked after the pitchfork was happening started to become focused was the collision of these unstable periodic orbits with our stable nodes. As soon as something in phase space starts to collide, something has to suffer. Yeah? Okay, so it's not a very simple thing there. Yeah? Then good, we have to create unstable periodic orbits and so on. And then at some point, we have another new bifurcation, which is a period doubling bifurcation. And this is where fun actually really starts. After we've seen that for a couple of times at row 28, yes, we start
Yo. What is up? Alright, we're done. That was a kind of slog of a session. That was a hard session. I made this new finish screen for all the comments that I get at the end saying like good job and stuff. As you can see. Alright, now I gotta socialize for a bit because my siblings have people over. And then I'm gonna go to the gym. And then I'm gonna come back, do a bit more study, go to bed, and then I'll be back here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning for stream tomorrow, which I should probably schedule right now. Let's do that before I forget. Schedule. Schedule. What? Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it when I finish this stream. Alright, I don't know if anyone's watching, but if you did stick along, good job. You helped me get study done. I'm excited to be back doing streams, and we're out here turning our lives around. In the simple sense, in that like being productive just makes your life so much better. And when you're procrastinating, you just like it turns into like a depressive spiral. That sounds kind of over exaggerated, but like I feel like when you're procrastinating, like you have cognitive dissonance in that you know you should be studying and you're not, and you're like, why can't I do this? And you know you should be, but you can't do it. So this is fixing that and making me feel good about myself. Now I'm gonna go gym and feel super good about myself. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's just there. No, you're right. Alright.